Good afternoon. Well, you are right on time for the Senate plenary sitting. It is about just a minute to 2:30 in the PM, the time allocated for the Senate plenary sittings on this 12th day, the month of June, the year 2025. This is the Senate proceedings streaming live from the Senate chambers, Parliament buildings in Nairobi, a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you have joined us for these proceedings this afternoon. My name is Kamche Menza. In the order of business for the Senate members, as they make their way into the chambers this afternoon, the members will be resuming its consideration on the motion with regards to the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties. This is a motion that is moved by the chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, Honorable Ali Roba, who is also the senator for Mandera County. And this is a report that was laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 17th April, the year 2025. And the committee approved the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among the counties. This is with regards to the financial year 2025-2026 to the financial year 2029-2030. Some of the factors that have been considered in this particular fourth basis or sharing of the monies to the counties is with regards to the geographical size that has been capped at 10%, the poverty index, and they will be taking into focus or considering the 2022 Kenya Poverty Report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, also the population index based on the 2019 Kenya population and housing census. This particular debate has been on the floor of the House, and this afternoon will be a resumption of the debate considering the proposed amendment that was interrupted on the Tuesday of 10th June, the year 2025. And this afternoon also, as the members make their way into the chambers to transact the business lined up for consideration, is that the Business Laws Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the Senate and sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader, which if you recall, in the Wednesday sittings, that was the morning sitting, this particular business was to be considered at the division stage. However, the leader of the majority party proposed that this particular stage be deferred to the next sitting. So this is a business that is lined up for consideration this afternoon. If you're just joining us, is that the House is about to commence its business. As you can see at the entrance of the Senate chambers, members of the Senate making their way into the chamber just to get ready for the business that is lined up for consideration this afternoon. Pursuant to the House standing order or provisions of the standing order 53 paragraph 1, where members of the Senate have an opportunity to request for statements from various standing committees this afternoon. The nominated Senator, Honorable Hamida Kibwana, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Health. This is with regards to the operational status of radiotherapy equipment at the Kenyatta National Referral Hospital. Senator Hamida will also seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing. This is with regards to the implementation status of the bus rapid transit, commonly referred to as BRT system in Nairobi and other urban areas. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffer King, already in the chambers. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tukusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka. Sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Do we have quorum? Okay, Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, there is a quorum hitch. Much as the prayer has been said and the chair taken, the House has not quorated yet for the business to be able to commence its business. This is as provided for in the House Standing Order 39, that at least 15 senators should be seated inside the chambers for the House to be deemed to have quorated. If that is not present, then that quorum bell that is currently underway at least shall be on for the members to be able to hasten their steps and join their colleagues who are already in the chambers to be able to enable the House raise that much needed quorum for the business of the day to commence. Back to what the senators will be transacting this afternoon. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 53, paragraph 1, the Senator for Nyandarua County, Honorable John Methu, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. This is with regards to the quality of potatoes grown in Nyandarua County. The Senator for Kisii County, Honorable Richard Onyonka, also will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. This is with regards to the measures in place for review of constituency boundaries ahead of the 2027 general election. Members of the Senate, that is the Majority Whip, Honorable Bonnie Halwale, also Kakamega Center. At this point, when the House lacks the requisite quorum for it to be able to commence its business, all right, the quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Now, honorable senators, I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the decision of the National Assembly on the Mung Beans Bill, Senate Bills number 13 of 2022. The message dated Thursday, 22nd of May 2025, was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Monday, 26th of May 2025. Pursuant to Standing Order 46.4, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 149 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Mung Beans Bill Senate Bills number 13 of 2022 was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 206 of 30th December 2022 as a bill seeking to provide for the development, regulation and promotion of the mung bean sector in Kenya, the support of farmers of mung beans in each county in the production and marketing of the produce, and the regulation of the production and sale of mung bean products by county governments and the Agriculture and Food Authority. And whereas the Senate passed the said bill on 21st of February 2024 and referred it to the National Assembly for consideration in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution. Further, whereas by a decision made on the 24th of September 2024, the National Assembly rejected a motion for the second reading of the said bill, thereby remitting the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 112 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41 and 149 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey this decision of the National Assembly to the Senate and seek the appointment of 7 senators to a mediation committee to consider the bill in accordance with the provisions of Article 113 of the Constitution. Now, honorable senators, consequent to the said decision of the National Assembly, the Speaker of the National Assembly appointed the following members of the National Assembly to a mediation committee to attempt to develop a version of the bill that both houses of Parliament will pass in accordance with Article 113 of the Constitution. These are the Honorable Justice Kemei, MP, the Honorable Gabriel Kagombe, MP, the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, MP, the Honorable Monica Marubu, MP, the Honorable Jared Okello, MP, the Honorable Geoffrey Odanga, MP, and the Honorable Sabina Chege, CBS, MP. Honorable Senators, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 166(2) of the Senate, and in consultation with the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader, I will, at the appropriate time, appoint senators to the mediation committee. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 12th June, 2025. 1. Report of Parliament by the National Treasury and to Economic Planning regarding all new loans contracted by the government from January 1st, 2025 to April 30th, 2025. And 2. Report of the Controller of Budget, County Government's Budget Implementation Review for the first 9 months of the financial year 2024-2025. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Senate today, 12 June 2025. Report of the Standing Committee on Energy on inquiry into the shortage of smart energy meters in Kenya and the potential for the local manufacturing. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 12th June 2025. Report of the Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology, ICT, on its consideration of the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bills number 6 of 2024. Thank you.
Senator Beatrice, just take your seat. Now, honorable senators, Senator Mundigi, you are out of order. Honorable Senators, as you may have noted, the Senate Majority Leader laid on the table of the Senate this afternoon the report of the National Treasury and Economic Planning on all new loans contracted by the Government of Kenya from 1st of January 2025 to 30th of April 2025. The report by the National Treasury on the stated period contains details on all new loans signed between the national government and various creditors. As honorable senators are aware, Section 31(1) of the Public Finance Management Act states as follows. The Cabinet Secretary shall submit to Parliament every 4 months a report of all loans made to the national government entities, and county governments in accordance with Article 211(2) of the Constitution. Now, pursuant to Section 31(3) of the Public Finance Management Act, the report submitted to Parliament should contain A, the names of the parties to the loan, B, the amount of the loan and the currency in which it is expressed and in which it is repayable, C, the terms and conditions of the loan, including interest and other charges payable and the terms of repayment, D, the amount of the loan advanced at the time the report is submitted, and E, the purpose for which the loan was used and the perceived benefits of the loan, and such other information as the Cabinet Secretary may consider appropriate. Honorable Senators, given the significance of the national debt in our public finance management framework, I hereby commit the report of the National Treasury and Economic Planning on all new loans contracted by the Government of Kenya from 1st of January 2025 to 30th of April 2025 to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for consideration. The committee is required to table a report on the matter at an appropriate time. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Energy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Energy on inquiry into the shortage of smart energy meters in Kenya and the potential for their local manufacturing, laid on the table of the House of Senate today, Wednesday 11 June 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Before I ask the clerk to call the next order, I have this communication to pass. Honorable Senators, kindly take your seats. Now, Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation of members of the Committee on Delegated Legislation of the County Assembly of Embu. The delegation is undertaking a benchmarking visit with their counterparts in the Senate. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Yvonne Karambu Mati, the chairperson. The Honorable Frederick Mugendi Gatumu. The Honorable Johnson Muchangi Njuki. The Honorable Mary I. Kavinda, the Honorable Masters Leonard Muriuki, the Honorable Augustine James Njeru, the Honorable Sami Harrison Muturi, the Honorable James Munyi, Mr. Derek Mushiri Kariuki, Ms. Agnes Ndila, Ms. Ann Wawira Ireri, Ms. Daisy Rutere, Mr. Lewis Kwaria, Mr. Leonard Njiru, and Mr. Frank Makinda. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Senator for Embu County to extend a word of welcome, to welcome the delegation. That to be done under 1 minute. Senator Mundigi, you may proceed.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa ruhusa niweze kukaribisha MCAs wa kutoka Embu County na pia wafanyikazi ambaye wa hiyo county yangu. Ni kuambia ni karibu sana muweze kujifunza yale tuyaendeza hapa katika Senate na katika Parliament. Ni kuomba tu wakati huu ambaye ni wa mgawo wa pesa, sisi tukiwa maseneta tunaunga counties zote mkono, ingawa hapa tuko mara mbili, tuko county zile ndogo, na Bwana Speaker, county ya Embu ni ile moja dogo, county 11 ni ile tunangangana tuweze kuona kama tutaongezea pesa. Yangu ni kwa MCA, kama tutaweza kuongezea zile pesa na pia budget ile tunataka ile tuweze kupata pesa bilioni 4 na kitu, ningeomba muweze kusiangalia njia ile inafaa. Kwa hiyo Senator Omogen na ile county zingine inaunga mkono, na zile county kubwa, county ya Embu ni ile iko na shida nyingi sana juu ya pending bill na wage bill. Na pia nataka nihakikishie nyinyi kama tutaweza kupata zile pesa, Bwana Speaker, mambo ya maji, mambo ya ECD na pia mambo ya elimu na pia mambo ya parapara tutaweza kutimiza, na najua MC wa Embu wataweza kufanya kazi ile inafaa. Kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, na wakaribisha, na kama hizo pesa itaweza kupatikana muweze muangalie na mfanye kazi vizuri na oversight. Na kwa hivyo Bwana Speaker, ni asante sana. Ni mimi Senator wa Embu County Alexander Munyi Mundigi daktari.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Senator for Kilifi County, please take your seat. Senator Mazayo. Now, Honorable Senators, I have another communication to make. I have the following communication to make arising out of points of order raised relating to a personal statement that was made by the Senator for Nakuru County, Senator Tabitha Karanja Keroche MP. Now, Honorable Senators, as you may recall, at the sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, the 29th of May 2025, the Senator for Nakuru County, Senator Tabitha Karanja Keroche MP, made a personal statement pursuant to Standing Order 58, thus so to inform the Senate and the general public that the Senator was in good health and had not been hospitalized as reported. In the statement, the Senator indicated that there was a smear campaign orchestrated by the Governor for Nakuru County, who is using public resources to malign her character. Upon the Senator's conclusion of her statement, I drew the attention of the Honorable Senators to the provisions of Standing Order 101, which states as follows. Majority Leader, you may walk in. This is fairly long. Now, upon the Senator's conclusion of our statement, I drew the attention of Honorable Senators to the provisions of Standing Order 101, which states, and I quote, neither the personal conduct of the President, nor the conduct of the Speaker or any judge, nor the judicial conduct of any person performing judicial functions, nor any conduct of the head of state or government or representative in Kenya of any friendly country, or the conduct of the holder of an office whose removal from office is dependent upon a decision of the Senate, shall be referred to adversely except upon a substantive motion of which at least 3 days' notice has been given. This prompted several points of order from Senator for Kakamega County, Senator Dr. Boni Halwale, MP, the Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Senator Eben Sifuna, MP, and the Senator for Narok County, the Honorable Senator Ledama Olekina, MP. Honorable Senators, in the point of order raised by Senator Dr. Boni Halwale, the Senator sought the intervention of the Speaker to expunge the statement made by Senator for Nakuru County for infringing provisions of Standing Order 111. Senator Sifuna's point of order was in connection to what constitutes adverse reference to a holder of an office whose removal from such office is dependent upon the decision of the Senate. On the other hand, Senator Olekina's point of order was in support of the point raised by Senator Dr. Boni Halwale. Honorable Senators, after listening to the points of order by the three senators, I undertook to issue a substantive ruling on the application of Standing Order 111 in the Senate debates. In preparing this communication, the following matters came out for determination. 1, what is the scope of Standing Order 58? And 2, what constitutes adverse reference in the context of Standing Order 111? Allow me, therefore, to address the first question, which is the scope of Standing Order 58. As honorable senators are aware, Standing Order 58 states, and I quote, during statements hour, a senator may, by the indulgence of the Senate, explain matters of a personal nature, although there is no question before the Senate, but such matter may not be debated. This standing order has previously been used on several occasions in this Parliament. For instance, on the 17th of September 2024, the Senator for Vihiga County, Senator Godfrey Osotsi, MP, made a statement on his nomination to the position of Deputy Party Leader of the Orange Democratic Movement, ODM. In the statement, the Senator's comment centered on his elevation to the said position and the heavy responsibility placed on him to assist in steering the party's policy and direction on pertinent issues affecting the country. The Senator also used the opportunity as a rallying call for the party to remain united. On 31st of July 2024, the Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohamed Chute, made a statement that sought to clarify his appearance before the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, on the 11th of June 2024. In the statement, the Senator clarified that his appearance before EACC was on invitation by EACC to provide information arising from several complaints the Senator had filed regarding misappropriation of funds in Marsabit County. In another instance, on the 2nd of May 2024, the Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Chirange, MP, made a statement concerning the denial of access to his verified X, formerly Twitter, account. Senator Chirange expressed concern on his lack of access to his account, which the Senator argued was tantamount to denial of his ability to effectively engage with his constituents and the public. Now, honorable senators, ordinarily, personal statements in the Commonwealth are mechanisms that provide a limited opportunity for members of Parliament to explain matters of a personal nature. By practice, personal statements are not subject to intervention or debate on account that they are personal. As such, therefore, the contents of the statements are submitted to the Speaker to ensure that they are confined to matters of a personal nature, and the members granted leave by the Speaker to make such statements are not allowed to depart from the approved text. The approval of such statements is given with a high degree of caution on the part of the Speaker to ensure that parliamentary proceedings remain focused and not derailed. In this respect, honorable senators, personal statements, as Standing Order 58 implies, should be giving explanation and should be restricted to a specific matter that a senator wishes to explain. While the facts of the matter may be stated briefly, this should not stray into general arguments or seeking responses. These are the parameters that have been and will be applied when considering requests for personal statements. I urge all honorable senators to observe them when preparing personal statements. Now, honorable senator, the second question that required my determination is what constitutes adverse reference in debates within the meaning of Standing Order 111. As honorable senators are aware, adverse reference in the context of parliamentary debates means unfavorable or defamatory statements or allegations of an incriminatory nature against individuals or institutions. Standing Order 111 is a safeguard measure that protects individuals who are not in the Senate and therefore lack the privilege to defend themselves. This is rooted in the principle that those who are not present in the Senate and hence cannot respond to comments made by honorable senators are not targeted or maligned in the course of proceedings. While all senators are entitled and indeed obligated to bring to the attention of the Senate any matter which one believes merit to be investigated to safeguard good governance, This must be done without resorting to personal attacks on the office holders. It is necessary, therefore, to exercise caution and restraint not to delve into debate that may form grounds for removal from office. There is an elaborate procedure for such debate as provided for under Articles 145, 150, and 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Governments Act, and Standing Order 78, 79, 80, and 80, which allow the Senate to make a distinct decision on such matters. Comments that touch on the grounds for removal should therefore be reserved for the appropriate substantive processes, while general matters of concern may be addressed through the relevant legislative tools. Honorable Senators, going forward, therefore, I expect that we adhere to the provisions of Standing Order 101 in debates in the Senate. Moderation, civility, and restraint are some of the hallmarks of parliamentary debate. It will be out of order for any senator to make adverse reference to the conduct of office holders referred to in the standing order without a substantive motion. However, statements of fact are permissible in debates on a question before the Senate. As regards the application of Standing Order 58, statements must be confined within the scope I have highlighted, and they must be submitted to the office of the clerk for processing. Likewise, going forward, the Presidium will strictly approve statements that have been processed in accordance with standing orders. For avoidance of doubt, the Chair will not entertain requests for approval of statements while seated in the chamber. The Senate is therefore guided accordingly. I thank you, Honorable Senators. I thought this statement is elaborate enough. Yes, Senator Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need your guidance on a number of issues. While I appreciate, and as a member of this House, I will abide by your directions. So, Speaker, what troubles me is whether a witness can discuss the conduct or the state of a member of the Senate who sits in the Senate. Because, Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance. When you look under Article 125 and Article 124 on committees and on compelling of witnesses, and Mr. Speaker, looking at Article 96, as 96, Article 96, 4, the Senate shall participate in the oversight of state officers by considering, among others. So, Mr. Speaker, I really wanted your guidance that whenever we invite witnesses to appear before the House, under standing orders, looking at a standing order 101, and in your power of standing order number 1 of the standing orders, do they have powers to discuss the conduct of members of the Senate who are sitting in plenary, whether they are present or absent, Mr. Speaker, so that we are aware, so that is it possible, because, Mr. Speaker, I'm at a loss that I cannot discuss the Senator of Nairobi, for example, substantively, without a substantive motion. So, Mr. Speaker, in that same spirit, one of the witnesses yesterday purported, and I'm happy and I'm grateful that you did stop that, pursuing that line, but is it possible to strike it off the record of the Senate, those comments that were made in bad faith? Because, Mr. Speaker, the principles of natural justice demands that you must hear both sides of the story, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I'm requesting humbly that those comments were made in bad faith by the cabinet minister in charge of Interior, Mr. Speaker, with a lot of tremendous strength. In fact, when I was in school, he never taught me. He was among the librarians in the law school that I was there, Mr. Speaker. And even the allegations is that he was doing STGs in some of the classrooms, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want that matter to be put to rest. Because the clients, a number of clients, including the great fathers of Nandi, have never slept throughout the night. Because they know me as one of the brilliant, hard-working, top-performing senators of this Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Can you issue a directive that whenever a witness appears before you in plenary, and I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, I'll be eternally grateful for what you did. Even before our committees, the chair of roads, before any committee, Mr. Speaker, can you direct that the witness does not have power to discuss any conduct of any member, either in plenary or in any other form, Mr. Speaker, Then, as they say in Catholic, sema neno moja tu na roho yangu itapona. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator for Nairobi City County.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, now that we are discussing the question of specific substantive motions, if you look at Standing Order 101-4, Honorable Speaker, it requires that we should not impute improper motive on any other senator. And it talks about no senator shall impute improper motive to any other senator. I want to know, Honorable Speaker, whether when this standing order speaks of no senator, it includes the chair. Because, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, there was an imputation from the chair that some of us come here to collect TikTok videos. And it is something that has upset me greatly, Honorable Speaker, because I was elected to this house to represent people, and most of those people look like me. And Honorable Speaker, I remember very well 2 famous governors in the 2013-2022 period who used to produce very good content. They were dancing on platforms. One of them is now a cabinet secretary, the other is the Speaker of the Senate. So, Honorable Speaker, when did it become wrong for us to end up on social media, depending on the work that we do, and whether it is correct for the chair sitting there to impute improper motive on a senator who has come to do the job that he was sent here to do by the people who elected him?
Honorable Senator for Nairobi City, you're out of order. If you read Standing Order 101, you cannot discuss the conduct of the Speaker in the manner you are doing. Go back to Standing Order 101 and appreciate its contents. For as far as this point of order raised by the Senator Fernandi, I will look at the Hansard and give a substantive guidance on that particular matter. Next order. Yes, Senator for Nakuru County. Senator for Nairobi County, I have clarified on that particular matter, and that is the position of the chair. Senator for Nakuru, proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Senator for Nairobi, thank you. Maybe. Thank you.
Proceed.
Yeah. Just for a clarification, I've heard your statement, and as you protect those people who are not in this house, kindly can you also protect us, we as the senators who are in this house? Because the minute you bring a statement like the one I didn't start it. The person that I mentioned is the one who had started it. So I need to clarify to the people of Kenya that I'm not sick. Because anywhere I was on the street, people are just asking me, are you well? Even up to today, people are still asking me, are you well? Even here, when I'm entering, there's a new sergeant at arm who is telling me, oh, nice to see you. You are well. Are you healed? So I had to come and really make a clarification so that Her Excellency Susan Kihika should not go again on a live television and start claiming that her senator is sick just because I'm doing my job diligently and wishing him even to die, that I'm 3 minutes to the grave, and where I'm only doing my job, and she's feeling the pinch of the oversight role I'm playing in Nakuru County. So that's why I came. But I can never start anything and mention her name here if it didn't come from the public. So I came here because that thing came from the public. And I wanted to clarify to the people that I'm well. And senators, I repeat it again, I'm healthy and fit, and you can even, like a host, and you can even look at me, and I've never been sick, and I thank God. And those who are sick in hospital, we continue praying for them to get well. But anybody who can wish anybody to be sick, that person must be sick up here. So I sit well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator for Nakuru, I can assure you that balance will be guiding on the applicability of 101. Yes, Senator for nominated Senator Veronica. Certainly it's not a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for the Senator for Nakuru to almost put a censure on the direction you have read in the communication you've given to the House?
Senator Veronica, I've already guided the Honorable Senator.
It is very wrong for her to continue while she knows she actually went on the same TVs and actually spoke on the personal issues of the governor for Nakuru.
Senator Veronica, let us not generate this into an argument. Senator Fernandez, just have a seat, Senator Veronica. Senator for Nakuru. Senator for Nakuru. Senator for Nakuru, I've given you a lot of latitude to ventilate your matter. And I've advised you, because what I picked from your lengthy intervention is, as we seek to protect, we are not really protecting, but this is what you say. As we seek to protect those who are not in the House, we should also not lose sight on protecting those who are in the House. I am quoting what the senator said. Honorable Senators, a ruling has been made by the chair. Kindly abide. Next order. Next order. The chairperson, Jailak, you may proceed to table your report.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 12 June 2025, report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the report on consideration of the Presidential Memorandum on the referral of the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2023. Thank you.
And this is about the security in Nakuru.
Yeah, but it has to go through the... Secretariat, can you make copies of the report that has been tabled by JLAC available to all honorable senators? Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, the Honorable Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two statements. One is regarding the status of radiotherapy equipment at Kenyatta National Referral Hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the operational status of radiotherapy equipment at the Kenyatta National Referral Hospital, KNH. Following public complaints and the hospital's own admission about persistent machine breakdown. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyatta National Referral Hospital, being the largest national referral facility in the country, plays a critical role in the diagnosis and treatment of cancer. However, recent concerns raised by patients and advocates indicate that essential radiotherapy machines, include linear accelerators, are frequently non-functional or completely broken down. leaving hundreds of patients in distress and without access to timely cancer treatment. The hospital, too, via a press release on 28th May 2025 by the AG, by the Chief Executive Officer, Acting Chief Executive Officer, admitted that the liner accelerator, LINAC, machine has failed and was out of service. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the operational status of all radiotherapy machines and equipment at Kenyatta National Hospital, reasons for the frequent breakdowns, including whether they are due to lack of maintenance, absolute technology, or budgetary constraints. Number two, strategies in place for repair, replacement, or upgrade of non-functional machines, including the budgetary allocations toward radiotherapy services in the current financial year. Number three, whether there are plans to decentralize radiotherapy services to other public hospitals to ease the burden. Mr. Speaker, sir, protect me from Senator Mutata. Number three, whether there are plans to decentralize radiotherapy services to other public hospitals to ease the burden on KNH and enhance access to patients in underserved regions. Finally, the contingency measures in place to ensure uninterrupted treatment for cancer patients during periods of equipment failure and long-term solutions to strengthen oncology infrastructure and service delivery across national and county referral hospitals. The second statement, Mr. Speaker, is regarding the status of the Bus Rapid Transport Project, BRT. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement for the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing on a matter of national concern regarding the implementation. Mr. Speaker, can I get some silence, please?
Honorable Senators, kindly allow the Honorable Senator to be heard in silence, please.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing on a matter of national concern regarding the implementation status of Bus Rapid Transport, BRT, system in Nairobi and other urban areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, the BRT project was envisioned as a transformative urban mobility initiative aimed at decongesting the city, reducing carbon emissions, and offering efficient and affordable public transportation. Years since its launch, however, the project remains incomplete, with key corridors, particularly along Thika Road, Mombasa Road, and Ngong Road, exhibiting minimal progress or outright stalling. The public continues to endure traffic gridlocks, and the delays also risk escalating projects' costs and diminishing public confidence in infrastructure delivery. In the statement,
Order, Honorable Senators. Senator Karen Nyamu and Senator Fonakuru. There is a difference between the chamber and the Senator's lounge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the clarification. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the progress of the BRT project, reasons behind the prolonged delays and current stalling of construction and operationalization, including timelines for completion of each corridor. Number two, the roles of various government agencies involved, particularly the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, NAMATA, Kenya Urban Roads Authority, KURA, and the Ministry of Roads and Transport. Number three, funds allocated, disbursed, and utilized on the BRT project to date, and whether there has been any contractual or procurement challenges affecting implementation. Finally, accountability frameworks and implementation safeguards to ensure the timely and cost-effective completion of the BRT initiative. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Honorable Senators, I've just had a consultative engagement with the leadership of both sides. And arising out of those consultations, I will move to rearrange today's order paper pursuant to Standing Order 45-2. We will move to order number 8, and thereafter we will come back to the order that we have just started. Order, honorable senators. Again, after further consultation with the leadership, we will proceed with the statements until such a time that the leadership gets back to me. So I will call upon Senator for Nyandarua County, Senator John Methu. Just let the Honorable Senator read his statement before he comes for
just 1 minute, Senator Omogeni. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm raising to request for a statement on the safety of potatoes grown in Nyandarua County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of national concern, namely the safety of potatoes grown in Nyandarua County. Mr. Speaker, sir, Nyandarua County is a leading potato producer and plays a critical role in enhancing national food security and supporting rural livelihoods. However, A recent research attributed to scientists from Egerton University has raised alarm by casting doubt on the safety and quality of these potatoes. The research alleges that farmers in the region use excessive pesticides on potatoes, causing the produce to have excessive pesticide residue above recommended limits, which is harmful for human consumption. If unchallenged, such assertions risk damaging consumer confidence, eroding market demand, and inflicting severe economic hardship to farmers who depend on this crop. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following concerns. Number one, the authenticity and scientific validity of the claims attributed to Egerton University researchers alleging the presence of harmful pesticides residues in potatoes produced in Nyandarua County. Number two, whether any studies or safety assessments have been conducted by the relevant authorities, including the Ministry of Agriculture, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Service, KEFIS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, or the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization, CARO, regarding potatoes grown in Nyandarua County, including their findings. Number three, the measures by the Ministry of Agriculture and affiliated regulatory bodies to dispel misinformation, uphold consumer confidence, and protect the integrity of Nyandarua County's agricultural produce. Number four, interventions being pursued to support farmers, including awareness programs on safe pesticide use, enhanced inspection protocols, certification processes, and strategies to restore and sustain the market. Senator John Muhamedu, Senator for Nyandarua. Thank you.
Senator Richard Onyonka. That statement is dropped. Okay, proceed then.
Speaker, I'm reading this statement on behalf of Senator Richard Onyonka. The request for statement on review of constituency boundaries. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding the review of constituency boundaries. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that's IEBC, as required by Article 89(2) and 3 of the Constitution, is responsible for ensuring continuous review of constituency and ward boundaries at intervals of not less than 8 years and not more than 12 years. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the measures in place to ensure immediate review or subdivision of large constituencies in counties such as Kisii, Nyamira, and Migori, among others, by the IEBC ahead of the 2027 general election to promote equitable representation and manageable electoral units in line with Articles 89 and 95 of the Constitution. On behalf of Senator Richard Onyonka, Kisii, thank you.
Senator Fernandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on reduction of tea prices by tea companies in the North Rift and other regions in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of national concern regarding the reduction of tea prices by companies in North Rift and other regions in the country, considering that the tea prices in other parts of the country remain a higher and stable price. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. One, the reasons why only tea factories, mainly located in Nandi, Kericho, and Bomet counties, have in recent months reduced their buying price of tea from farmers to as low as Kenya shillings 17 shillings per kilo cumulatively, without engaging the farmers in the price determination process. Mr. Speaker, number two, the measures in place to ensure that the Tea Board of Kenya regulates the entry of unscrupulous business persons who exploit farmers and to promote fair and stable tea prices across the country. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, the total amount deducted and remitted as cess by tea factories in Nandi County during the financial years 2023-2024 and financial year 2024-2025, indicating how these funds are being utilized, including details of finance project and any other corporate social responsibilities, activities undertaken. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, the measures in place by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and the Tea Board of Kenya to cushion small-scale farmers from the low prices of tea. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the strategies the government intends to implement to ensure that farmers receive fair bonuses and fair prices for their produce, especially in the light of prevailing low prices and market stability under the guarantee minimum returns. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, let me proceed to my second statement. Request for statement on attacks and killing of livestock by a mysterious wild animal in Nandi County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern, namely the persistent attacks on livestock in Nandi County by a mysterious stray wild animal believed to be from the leopard family. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. Why Kenya Wildlife Service, KWS, has failed to take action against the mysterious wild animals that have continuously attacked livestock for the past 6 months in Bonjoge area, despite repeated complaints from the local communities. So, Speaker, number 3, specific details regarding the identity of the animals responsible for the attacks, steps taken to either capture and return them to their natural habitat or neutralize the threat posed by these wild animals. Mr. Speaker, finally, actions taken by the State Department for Kenya Wildlife and Kenya Wildlife Service to minimize conflict between humans and wild animals within Nandi County and across the country, including plans to compensate affected livestock farmers while also ensuring the protection of Bonjoge endangered wild animal sanctuary in Kabwareng Ward at Aldai Sub-County in Nandi County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to request for a statement on discrepancies in supplementary budgets for financial year 2024-2025 in Taita Taveta County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of county-wide concern regarding discrepancies between Supplementary Budget 1 and Supplementary Budget 2 for the financial year 2024-2025 in Taita Taveta County, particularly on allocations for the settlement of pending bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Supplementary Budget 1, the county government allocated 360.7 million towards pending bills. However, this allocation was later reduced by 80.7 million shillings in Supplementary Budget 2, with no clear explanation provided for the adjustment. Further, concerns have been raised over the authenticity and approval process of Supplementary Budget 2. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the discrepancies in the approved and the 2 supplementary budgets for the financial year 2024-2025, submitted by the county government of Taita Taveta. 2, whether supplementary budget 2 followed the proper channels and stages of approval, including the correspondence between the county government and the Office of the Control of Budget regarding both supplementary budgets. 3, account for the 80.7 million shillings initially allocated to pending bills in supplementary budget 1 and the voted or expenditure line it was redirected to in supplementary budget 2. 4, whether the county government of Taita Taveta intends to honor bursary payments as appropriated in line with the recent court rulings affirming the obligation of county governments to disburse funds already allocated in the approved budgets. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karungo Thangwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the imposition of land rates by the county government of Kiambu. Mr. Speaker, sir, residents of Kiambu County have raised serious concerns over the manner in which land rates are currently being imposed by the county government. Specifically, they cite the lack of public access to a valuation roll, absence of notification on charges or absence of notification of changes to land rates, and the unexplained surge in the amount demanded. This is compounded by inadequate service delivery in areas such as roads maintenance, waste management, and other essential county functions. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, whether the county government of Kiambu has a legally prepared and adopted valuation roll. 2, if such a valuation roll exists, when it was prepared, by whom, and when it came into effect. B, the process followed in its preparation, including dates of preparation and adoption. Evidence of public participation during its development. Where and how the public can access and inspect the valuation roll. And E, why the valuation roll has not been gazetted, published, or publicized as required by the law. 3, the method and basis used to calculate the current land rates being demanded by the county government. And finally, details of any enforcement measures undertaken or planned with regard to recovery of land rates. Mr. Speaker, sir, this matter touches on the fundamental rights of property owners and the principles of fair taxation and public accountability, and therefore merits urgent consideration by the relevant committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, brackets 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding the operational status of the National Police Service Commission, in brackets NPSC, in light of the existing vacancies in its membership. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has been more than 2 months since vacancies arose in the membership of the National Police Service Commission, leaving the Commission without the constitutionally prescribed quorum. This situation raises serious concern about the management of transitions in independent commissions, as well as the operational status of these commissions during such periods. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the current state of operations at the National Police Service Commission, brackets NPSC, in the absence of a quorate commission, including an assessment of the validity of decisions and actions by the commission regarding transfer, promotion, and discipline of police officers, among other administrative matters. 2, the contingency plans in place to prevent such governance gaps and ensure continuity of operations at independent commissions during such transitions in the future. Signed, Andrew Mtata MP, Senator from Busia County, 10th June 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Senator for Kisumu County, Senator Tom Ojenda.
Honorable Speaker, this is a request for a statement as requested by Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Counsel, and approved by yourself, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a request for a statement on the role of technology in enhancing transparency and accountability in public procurement in the national and county governments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of national concern, namely the role of technology in enhancing transparency and accountability in public procurement across the national and county governments. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, extent of implementation and operationalization effectiveness of e-procurement systems within government entities. 2, impact of these systems in addressing procurement irregularities, delays, and incidents of corruption. 3, measures in place to address challenges such as digital literacy gaps, infrastructural limitations, and resistance to the adoption of the e-procurement technology. 4, existence and effectiveness of public participation and oversight mechanisms integrated into e-procurement platforms. And lastly, plans in place to further leverage technology to enhance procurement integrity, transparency, and overall efficiency. Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Counsel, MP, Senator for Kisumu County. The second statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a request for statement on the professionalization of county enforcement units. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the conduct and professional standards of county enforcement officers. Mr. Speaker, sir, while county enforcement units are central to enforcing devolved laws, frequent complaints have emerged over the heavy-handed treatment of informal traders and members of the public by the enforcement units. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, whether a national framework exists to guide the recruitment, training, and deployment of county enforcement officers. 2, whether the Kenya School of Government has developed standard training modules for the training of enforcement officers across counties. And lastly, legislative interventions to ensure county enforcement practices uphold human dignity, protect informal livelihoods, and curb abuse of power. Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Counsel, MP, Senator for Kisumu County. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a request for statement on national infrastructure resilience to climate change. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of national concern regarding the resilience of Kenya's national infrastructure to climate change. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the climate resilience and adaptation strategies integrated into the planning, design, construction, and maintenance of national infrastructure. 2, funding mechanisms and resource allocations dedicated to strengthening infrastructure resilience to climate change impacts from the financial year 2021-2022 to date. Lastly, the challenges encountered in implementing resilience measures and recommendations for strengthening national capacity for adapting infrastructure to evolving climate risk. Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Council MP, Senator for Kisumu County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Senate Majority Leader.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a statement on the business of the Senate for the week that will commence 8th of July, 2025, pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1. Mr. Speaker, I want to present the business of that week because honorable senators are aware that at the rise of the House today, the 12th of July, 12th of June, sorry, Mr. Speaker, 2025, the Senate will proceed on a 3-week recess and regular sessions will resume on the 8th of July 2025. I know there is a likelihood, Mr. Speaker, that we will be called back here actually for a special sitting, Mr. Speaker, given that there are quite a number of legislations that are important to the country and they are in the mediation process. Should our colleagues succeed to get a breakthrough, Mr. Speaker, then they will guide us. If they don't, it's adios until 8th of July 2025 at the rise of the House this evening. As we proceed, Mr. Speaker, today as we conclude business this week, this is the status of legislative business before us. It is as follows. There are 53 bills, of which 37 are the second reading and 16 are actually at the committee of the whole. There are 32 motions that are pending conclusion. There are 26 petitions that are pending conclusions, out of which 18 are actually due for reporting by the various standing committees. Mr. Speaker, this is quite troubling. I don't recall the last time, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable senators. May the majority leader be heard in silence. Let us take a seat. Senator Fotaita Taveta. Thank you. Senator for Nyandarua and Senator for Mandera. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that this is the first time I've seen this number of petitions due for reporting. 18 is such a high number, and therefore I want to urge our chairpersons to expedite work that is before them, particularly work that has statutory timelines. Part of statute by law that has been established, Mr. Speaker, is when parliamentary business is considered out of timelines, it is actually considered an nullity. And there are instances where the courts have declared so, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we don't want citizens to petition this House. The Senate makes very solid findings, but eventually those ones are struck out or people don't observe the findings of the Senate on account of time delays, Mr. Speaker. So I want to urge all the chairpersons who in their vice and membership in the various committees, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they conclude on business ASAP. Mr. Speaker, there are 489 statements pursuant to SO 53-1 that are under consideration by the various standing committees. Mr. Speaker, on 8th of June, when SBC meets, they will prepare the business of week for that week. The tentative business on the 9th of July will be various questions to various ministries, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Land, Ministry of Youth are the ministers set out to appear on the 9th of July when we resume from recess. Mr. Speaker, there are these bills also, the PFM amendments, Office of the County Government, County Attorney, rather, and various county governments amendments laws, Mr. Speaker, and a number of motions that are before us. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank all the senators for your efforts during the part 3 of the 4th session. Mr. Speaker, I hope that we shall vote shortly. There's a new trend that is being introduced, Mr. Speaker, in the House, where people canvass the business of the House behind the scenes. While it's not bad, Mr. Speaker, but I thought the vote is the actual determinant and is the one that says the truth. On this issue of the formula, in all the other occasions, people have convinced each other by vote. As it is today, Mr. Speaker, this is the 3rd week, and we are yet to take the vote on the initial motion because of subsequent amendments. So I want to plead, Mr. Speaker, that as we move to the next order, let us vote. Whatever the result is not, it is not fatal, Mr. Speaker, because we are now discussing the amended version of the motion, meaning even if it was to be defeated, Mr. Speaker, you revert back to the original motion. If it carries the day, then that's it, Mr. Speaker. So I want to urge us to take time today, Mr. Speaker, and vote on this particular motion. This business of canvassing for too long, Mr. Speaker, I don't find it a clean way of transacting legislative business. Let's vote. If you convince people, we proceed. If you don't convince people, you move ahead, you move away, we get the next person to try and convince the rest of the citizens. That's how you transact business in this House. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to stand on the way of actually the vote that I'm proposing, because I know it is the next order that you're about to consider, Mr. Speaker. With those many remarks, I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, order, honorable senators. Before I allow comments on the statements that have been sought, we will move to handle order number 8. Clerk, you may proceed to call that order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties, resumption of debate on the proposed amendments interrupted on Tuesday, 10th of June, 2025.
Now, honorable senators, when debate was interrupted on the 10th of June, 2025, the Senate was debating the amendments as proposed by Senator Okongo Mogeni. That is what is to be debated. And therefore, the floor is open. We will proceed. Yes, Senator Okongo Mogeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, this issue of formula is a negotiation, and we have had a discussion between myself, the chair, finance, and other senators, and Mr. Speaker, in that spirit of give and take and of accommodating everybody, I intend to drop my amendment to give way for an amendment that is being introduced shortly by Senator for Kitui, Senator Wambua, Mr. Speaker. The motion, Mr. Speaker, will drop the initial money that was to be shared among 11 counties from the initial 4.46 billion, if the equitable share is at 405 billion. So we are dropping it down to 3 billion with the rider that if we are able to get an increase of the equitable share to 415 billion, then we can
Senator Mogeni.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to inform the House that I'm dropping my amendment from the order paper.
Now, honorable senators, Senator Mogeni having dropped his amendments, that means we are back to the original motion as drafted by the Committee on Finance and Budget. So we are now proceeding to debate the original motion. Senator Wambua, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the original motion by the Committee on Budget and Finance, but even propose an amendment to that motion. Mr. Speaker, the motion appearing in the order paper, I want to move it in an amended version. That, Mr. Speaker, the motion be amended by deleting the phrase county allocation is equal to baseline allocation ratio of 387.425 billion plus 2 billion shared equally among the identified 11 counties, 45% population index, 35% equal share index, 12% poverty index, and 8% geographical size index. Mr. Speaker, appearing after the words as follows, and substituting thereof with the following.
What is your point of order, Senator Fernandes?
I'm moving an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, there is no problem, man. Why are you mad?
Senator Fernandes, what is the point of order?
No, Mr. Speaker, you need to protect us. We are not in a market. Mr. Speaker, I rise and we must do things as per the law. As per the standing order number 68. Amendments must be in writing and should be supplied to members early enough, Mr. Speaker. This is what our standing order is saying. And when you look at the amendments, I don't have a problem with the amendment. I have a problem on the procedure of moving an amendment. We cannot allow backdoor amendments to the main motion, Mr. Speaker.
If you look at the order paper, Senator Fernandes, The amendments are contained in the order paper. If you go to page 1049.
Mr. Speaker, and also further clarification on standing order number 67, and of course in writing, which, Mr. Speaker, an amendments to the relevant motion. So we need the express approval by yourself and specific removal of those words, Mr. Speaker, so that when we go to the main motion, which has been dropped, is it a process of introducing, Mr. Speaker, the new amendment to the main motion, which you have allowed, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, Senator Fernandez, just take your seat. The senator for Nyamira, having withdrawn his proposed amendments, we reverted to the original motion. And I called upon Senator for Kitui to make his comments on the original motion. While supporting the motion, he came up with amendments, which is totally in order. So allow him to move his amendments, in which case then we will not debate the original motion. We have to dispense with the proposed amendments. And those amendments are contained in the order paper if you go to page 1049. Proceed.
No, it's okay, guys. Let's just do this. Cherargei has learned. Sir Cherargei has learned. So, Mr. Speaker, so the county...
Senator Fernandez, let us make progress.
Remarks, Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, under standing order 101, you cannot allow him to make snippets. Again, is what I've said. Our standing orders belong to the Senate. It doesn't
Very well.
belong to the...
It's noted, Senator Fernandez.
Can you withdraw and apologize?
Okay.
Otherwise, I will object and reject his amendment before he even debates.
No,
stop shouting, my...
Senator Fernandez, Senator Samson Cherargei.
That's okay, Senator. So,
There's
Senator
some things that are
Cherargei,
really
I withdraw and apologize. So let's continue. So, Chair, Speaker, that I had moved to amend my original amendment, the Speaker, by deleting the phrase county allocation is equal to baseline allocation ratio of 3 to 7.425 billion plus 2 billion shared equally among the identified 11 counties plus 45% population index, 35% equal share plus 12% poverty index plus 8% geographical size. Speaker, there is very loud consultation behind me.
Now, honorable senators, these proposed amendments
it's a very important
are very key, and it's good that you get to understand what the honorable senator is proposing, so that you vote based on some information that you do understand. Proceed, honorable senator.
So for county equitable share below 415 billion, Mr. Speaker, I am proposing that the county allocation shall be equal to the baseline allocation ratio of 307.25 billion, which becomes the baseline for all the counties, plus 3 billion shared equally, Mr. Speaker. If senators can listen to this, this would benefit a lot of counties.
Now, honorable senators, I thought consultations on this formula have been concluded. So why don't we allow the honorable senator to move the amendments, please?
So 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties, 45% population index, 35% equal share, 12% poverty index, and 8% geographical size index. The Speaker, for county equitable share of 415 billion and above. The county allocation will be calculated. The baseline allocation will be 387 for all the counties, plus an affirmative action, Mr. Speaker, share of 4.446 billion, shared equally among the identified 12 counties. Then 45% population index, 35% equal share index, poverty index of 12%, and 8% geographical size index. Mr. Speaker, and then lastly, by deleting paragraph 2 of the original motion after the word where and substituting thereof the following. The 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Mr. Speaker, the import of the amendment that I am pushing is that, Mr. Speaker, we should have a situation where no county loses any money using this formula, irrespective of the amount of money that is given for us to share among counties. Mr. Speaker, for now, what we know is that the National Treasury and the National Assembly have proposed 405 billion Kenya shillings to be the money that will be shared among counties. We have our own position as a Senate of 465 billion Kenya shillings. The Speaker, mediation will kick in, and the work of the senators that we are sending for mediation is to ensure that we get a lot more money from where we can share. But even if, Mr. Speaker, the worst comes to the worst, and we get exactly what the National Assembly and the National Treasury have proposed, Senator Eddie, you have to also have some respect to other leaders. So, if we get 4 or 5 billion, then what will happen is that every county, including the ones that we have identified as small counties, every county will benefit from that allocation. Mr. Speaker, because I can read the mood of the House that members want to vote on this motion, on this amendment, Mr. Speaker, I would just want to urge members to do one thing. Mr. Speaker, our call to duty is to ensure that devolution succeeds. If devolution succeeds in Kitui County by getting all the money that there was to be allocated, and then we deny Mandera or another county money, then we will not be contributing to the success of devolution. If devolution fails in one small county, it will have failed even in the biggest of the counties that we have. We must have that spirit. We carry along each other. And I want to urge the 35 counties represented by honorable senators in this House to just agree that we invoke Article 203 of the Constitution on affirmative action when considering this formula, so that those counties that are receiving very little allocations will get something that they will be able to do basic things, like even construction of ECD classrooms, construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, and that this money is not going to be used for the recruitment of people, and I was told the other day, recruiting people that are just close to the government. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I move my amendment and ask Senator Roba to second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I move to second this motion. I would like to make just the following statement in support of the secondment. Mr. Speaker, this House, the Senate, stands for protection of devolution. And the devolved family comprises of 47 counties. And the 47 counties have to function properly with some aspect of development as well as recurrent expenditure management. Our extensive consultation to avoid what happened in the third Senate, where the level of controversy has torn this House apart, is that we find a reason to consider these 12 counties that are getting very little money to be given 3 billion shilling equally shared among the 12 counties that are getting very little money. And then the remaining be shared using two hybrid formulas. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to sincerely clarify, because I've heard from a number of senators when they are contributing, making reference to the formula of the committee as only the formula that carried the variables of population, equal share, poverty, and geographical land size. The formula of the committee is a hybrid formula where at 387.425, we have applied the third basis of revenue sharing to hold each county harmless. And anything over and above 387.425, which now we have applied the formula of population, equal share, poverty, and geographical landmass, and at population at 45, equal share 35%, and 12% at poverty, and 8% at geographical land size. Mr. Speaker, and now the subsequent amendment to carry the 12 counties that are getting very little money meant that the money we are holding constant for purpose of holding harmless has increased from 387 to 390.425 in order then to get any additional amount beyond 390 to be shared using the second part of the formula, which is population at 45, equal share at 35%, geographical land size at 8%, and poverty at 14%. Mr. Speaker, we have extensively debated this, and this position is position of consensus. I would like to move to second and plead with my colleagues, the honorable senators, to find it within themselves that we conclude, voting on this formula, so that then we're able to process the county allocation of revenue bill, CARA, which now will go to horizontal share of revenue between county governments, as well as establishing the ceilings. Mr. Speaker, I move and I beg to second. Thank you very much.
Honorable Senators, please let us take our seats. Honorable Senators, I will now proceed to propose the question that the motion be amended by deleting the phrase county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.25 billion plus Kenya shillings 2 billion shared equally among the identified 11 counties plus 0.5 population index plus 0.35 equal share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, additional county equitable share above 389.25 billion, appearing after the words as follows, and substituting thereof with the following. For county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.25 billion plus Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 equal share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, county equitable share at Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. B, for county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion, and above, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 equal share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index at county equitable share of Kenya shillings 391.89 billion. A, deleting paragraph 2 after the word where and substituting therefore the following. The 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Now, honorable senators, these are proposed amendments to the main motion. In the main motion, you are entitled to 20 minutes if you take to the floor contributing. These are proposed amendments. If we then grant 20 minutes per senator speaking, we will not make much progress. We need to dispense with these amendments so that we go back to the main motion. I was therefore proposing, if agreeable, if you can restrict time on, well, with your concurrence, then we can straight away move. I can put the question to allow you to vote. All right. Sergeant at Arms. Sergeant at Arms, can you ring the quorum bell for 5 minutes? Okay, order, honorable senators. Order, honorable senators. Sergeant at arms, kindly draw the bar and close the doors. So, honorable senators, we are now going on division on the proposed amendments by the Senator for Kitui. I will therefore proceed to put the question. Senator for Kiambu, kindly take your seat. Thank you. I will now put the question that the motion be amended by deleting the phrase county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 2 billion shared equally among the identified 11 counties plus 0.5 population index plus 0.35 eco share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, additional county equitable share above Kenya shillings 389.25 billion, appearing after the words as follows, and substituting thereof with the following. A, for county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocations equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.25 billion plus Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 eco share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, accounting equitable share of Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. B, for county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion and above, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 eco share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index, a county equitable share of Kenya shillings 391.89 billion. B, deleting paragraph 2 after the word where and substituting thereof with the following. The 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga County. Now, clerk, is the system up and running? You can log in and proceed to vote. Yes, you may vote, honorable senators. You may proceed to vote. Yes, the system is running, and it's been running for the last 56 seconds. Now, order, honorable senators, order. Let us take our seats. Honorable senators, let us take our seats, please. Thank you. Senator for Migori, kindly take your seat. Thank you. Now, honorable senators, the result of the division is as follows. Ayes are 27 votes, nays 0, abstention 0. So the ayes have it. Sergeant at arms, you may now withdraw the ban, open the doors. Now, honorable senators, the effect of this vote is that the original motion has been amended. And therefore, I'm going to propose the question on the motion as amended. Take your seat, honorable senators, please. Take your seats. Now, honorable senators, I will now proceed to propose the question. Order, honorable senators. I will now proceed to propose the question that the Senate knows the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among the counties laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, the 17th of April, 2025, and that pursuant to Article 217(1) of the Constitution, approves the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among the counties for the financial years 2025, 2026 to 2029, 2030 as follows. A, for county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.5 population index plus 0.35 eco share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index and county equitable share at Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. For county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion and above, the county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at 387.425 billion plus 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties plus 0.45 population index plus 0.35 equal share index plus 0.12 poverty index plus 0.08 geographical size index at county equitable share of 391.89 billion. Where 1, baseline allocation ratio equals to the allocation factor derived from each county's allocation for the financial year 2024-2025. 2, the 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. 3, the population index is based on the 2019 Kenya population and housing census. 4, the poverty index is based on the 2022 Kenya poverty report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And 5, geographical size is capped at 10%. Now, honorable senators, having proposed the question, the floor is open for debate. If you will allow, I can call the mover to reply, because we cannot put the question without the mover having to reply. So with your consensus, therefore, I'm calling upon the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I move to reply, and having built consensus on this issue, through various proposed amendments and a lot of discussions, and having also gone through several engagement with various senators, and having moved an amendment motion that has been voted on, I believe that the honorable senators' contributions have been taken into account during the entire process, and as such, I beg to reply. Thank you.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. Sergeant at arms, kindly close the doors and draw the bar. Now, honorable senators, we are going to division on the motion as amended. I'll therefore proceed to put the question that the Senate knows the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 17th of April 2025, and that pursuant to Article 217(1) of the Constitution, approve the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties for the financial years 2025 to 2026 to 2029/2030 as follows. A, for county equitable share below 415 billion, county allocation equals based on allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 3 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties, plus 0.45 population index, plus 0.35 eco-share index, plus 0.12 poverty index, plus 0.08 geographical size index at county equitable share of Kenya shillings 390.425 billion. B, for county equitable share of Kenya shillings 415 billion and above, county allocation equals baseline allocation ratio at Kenya shillings 387.425 billion plus Kenya shillings 4.46 billion shared equally among the identified 12 counties, plus 0.45 population index, plus 0.35 eco-share index, plus 0.12 poverty index, plus 0.08 geographical size index at county equitable share at Kenya shillings 391.89 billion, where one, baseline allocation ratio equals the allocation factor derived from each county's allocation for the financial year 2024-2025. Two, the 12 identified counties are Elgeyo Marakwet, Embu, Isiolo, Kirinyaga, Laikipia, Lamu, Nyamira, Nyandarua, Samburu, Taita Taveta, Tharaka Nithi, and Vihiga. Three, the population index is based on the 2019 Kenya Population and Housing Census. Four, the poverty index is based on the 2022 Kenya Poverty Report by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And five, geographical size is capped at 10%. Now, honorable senators, you may log in and proceed to vote. Honorable senators, you may now vote. The Honorable Senator Omtata, kindly proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Now, Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. Ayes, 28 votes. Nays, 0. Abstention, 0. So the ayes have it. Sergeant at Arms, you may now Honorable Senators, we have two divisions. That is order number 9 and order number 9 and order number 10. So, clerk, proceed to call that order.
Order number 9, the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 51 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate, division. Order number 10, the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate, division.
So, Honorable Senators, I'll proceed to put the question on order number 9. You'll vote, we'll announce the votes, and then we go to the next order. Senator Fomigori, kindly take your seat, and Senator Kamau. I'll put the question that the Business Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 51 of 2024, be now read a second time. Honorable Senators, you may now proceed to vote. Senator Fernandi, proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Senator Kamau, take your seat. Now, honorable senators, the result of the vote is as follows. Ayes at 28, nays at 0, abstention at 0. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to various laws and for connected purposes.
Now, honorable senators, I'll put the question on order number 10. That the Labor, Migration and Management number 2 bill, Senate bills number 42 of 2024, be now read a second time. You may now proceed to vote, honorable senators. Senator Haji, kindly proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. Ayes 27, nays at 0, abstention 1. So the ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the regulation of private employment agencies and the recruitment of workers within and outside Kenya, safeguard the rights and welfare of job seekers and migrant workers, and for connected purposes.
Sergeant at Arms, you may now open the doors and withdraw the bar. So, honorable senators, will go back to comments on the statements that had been sought by honorable senators. Senator Mogeni, we are now on comments on the statements that had been sought.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement that was brought.
Order, honorable senators.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement that was brought by Honorable Dangwa. Mr. Speaker, with very good intentions, we passed the Rating Act. And we wanted to support our county governments to increase their own source revenue, collect rates, Mr. Speaker, so that they can give efficient services to the people residing in counties. But, Mr. Speaker, there are governors who have totally misused.
No, honorable senators, please take your seat, please.
Mr. Speaker, there are governors who have totally abused the new Rating Act. Mr. Speaker, in the county of Nairobi,
we'll move to
I've seen instances where, Mr. Speaker, houses that were located almost 40 years ago, where very senior citizens are already residing. Those are the only homes they have known. Now those homes are being auctioned by my good friend Senator Sakaja, and evicting people from those homes, and then a cartel ends up buying those houses. Mr. Speaker, that is really not, that was never our intention, Mr. Speaker. This idea of taking away people's homes in a very arbitrary manner, Mr. Speaker, is inhumane. I saw on Sunday, and I hope Governor Sakaja would listen, I heard on Sunday the president advising Sakaja in a church service. And he told him, please approach this matter by engaging the people who are already residing in those homes. Mr. Speaker, how can it be that to recover rates of about 104,000, you auction a house valued at 12 million, 15 million? This is a scheme of robbing very dedicated civil servants who bought those houses long ago and who have used those homes as their homes, so to speak. But let me even pose a question. You are supposed to collect rates to provide services. Mr. Speaker, where I live, and I'm challenging Governor Sakaja to come here and give a contrary view. Mr. Speaker, I've never seen any vehicle from the county government of Nairobi collecting garbage from where I live. Yet every year I pay rates to the county government of Nairobi. We repair, in our court, we bring money together, we repair our roads, Mr. Speaker. But the governor of Nairobi is insisting that if you have not paid rates, he will come and auction your house. That is not the way to go, Mr. Speaker. We must call this governor to order. I want Senator Sakaja to come here and tell us what plans he has put in place for garbage collection.
If you ask senators here, where we, in our respective estates, we have never seen a vehicle from Nairobi County government coming to collect garbage. We have never seen. Maybe Galwale has seen, but me, I have never seen where I live. A vehicle owned by county government of Nairobi coming to collect garbage. We are using private companies. All he wants is just to collect money, collect money. Mr. Speaker, if you are collecting money, we must also hold you to account. We want, Mr. Speaker, Governor Sakaja to come here. Let him tell us how much he collects from Nairobi. Let him tell us the vehicle he has put in place to collect garbage. Otherwise, what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is just creating an avenue for people to enrich themselves at the expense of citizens who are not getting services. So I'm urging the government of the day to call Mr. Governor Sakaja to order. Protect senior citizens who own homes in Nairobi, but who are now at the mercy of Governor Sakaja and some mandarins from the county government of Nairobi. That was never our intention, Mr. Speaker, when we passed the Rating Act, Mr. Speaker. That was never the intention. So I'm really urging the committee in charge to summon, you know, we should see Sakaja seated there the way we sat yesterday, so that he can answer.
Thank you, Senator. Senators, for the statements, each senator 3 minutes, so that we can conclude and move to the next order. Senator Cherargei.
Just 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the issue of review of constituency boundaries ahead of 2027. Mr. Speaker, we need guidelines because I think we did postpone this county boundaries review and constituency review. I'm happy the President has gazetted the IEBC commissioners in place. We hope with the reading of the budget today, Mr. Speaker, the IEBC will set in place and give us. And Mr. Speaker, I hope as we do constituency boundaries, we must be careful so that we protect what we call protected constituencies, like in Lamu. I know a number of them is in Mount Kenya region and others in Rift Valley and across the country, so that we ensure we protect those constituencies that are classified as protected among the region, Mr. Speaker. I hope in the review, we must consider Kenya National Bureau of Statistics on population census, Mr. Speaker, so that we can protect. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the statement of rates in Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad because I have engaged a number of businessmen and women in Kiambu Town, Thika, and around Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker, the governor and the county government are harassing, yet as a member of public accounts, I have served with distinction for the last 8 years, Mr. Speaker. Kiambu County does not have a complete valuation role. They don't have a complete asset and liabilities register, Mr. Speaker. So which basis are they using, Mr. Speaker, to assess in terms of payment of rates and rents? So I want to thank the senator, the distinguished senator of Kiambu, my brother Senator Karungo Adhangwa, that this statement is upright so that when we do waivers, the way even in rates and rent that Senator Sakaja, Governor Sakaja is doing, we must agree. While we agree that people in Nairobi should not live houses rent-free, there must also be accountability. Because I know under the revenue potential by CRA, Nairobi City County has a revenue potential of 63 billion. But they are only collecting paltry 12 billion, Mr. Speaker. So in terms of on-source revenue, even as we discuss on division of revenue, we must relook and ensure that everybody that enjoys service, and I want to agree, I'm told Senator, the majority leader is telling me Senator Kalwale has seen a cabbage truck that collects cabbage around this place. And we are wondering maybe because the governor comes from his region, because personally, Mr. Speaker, or it depends on the estate where you live. You know, if you live in a state where Senator Meto lives, I don't think he has ever seen a cabbage truck his entire life because he lives near Kiambu and also in a road reserve, so he will be able to prove that, Mr. Speaker, because how can you collect cabbage on a road reserve, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Senator Methu, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, with tremendous respect to my brother, Senator Cherargei, first, he was one of those who are crying in terms of imputing improper motive on a senator. Mr. Speaker, did you actually hear the senator from Nandi alleged that I live on a road reserve and also alleged that I live in Kiambu? I am very surprised, and I think it is important, because it is very important. I wonder how Senator Cherargei would even know where I live. First of all, I think the only person that I have seen visit my place is yourself, Mr. Speaker, and Senator Karungo. You must find Senator Cherargei out of order for first insinuating that I live on a road reserve. I'm a law-abiding citizen. If anything, Honorable Speaker, on the side of the political device that I am in, if I was living on a road reserve, you know, I cannot be living there now. I would have been chased a long time ago. You must find him out of order. He must withdraw and apologize. I live in Nyandarua in a place called Jambini, and I'm sure Senator Cherargei does not know where I live.
Senator Cherargei, you are indeed out of order. So you please apologize to Senator Methu and withdraw the fact that he lives on a road reserve. Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, while I agree, I withdraw and apologize. You know, I was the vice chair of Senator Methu in County Public Accounts, and I used to take some documents to his house. I don't know why he's denying, unless he showed me the wrong house. Mr. Speaker, and you know it is on record that I'll be the vice chair of County Public Accounts, Mr. Speaker. So unless while I withdraw and apologize, Mr. Speaker, Senator Methu should be careful. Because I could be shot or umpwakale if I go to that same house, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw and apologize. I was making it on a light chest, Mr. Speaker, but in conclusion, I support all the statements.
Very well. Final speaker, Senator Beatrice Akinyi.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you, but from the onset, I would like Senator Methu to know that you don't need to visit people to know where they live. You can know where people live just by observing how they operate. Honorable Speaker, I would like to support the statement by the same Senator of Nyandarua, Senator Methu, on the concerns on the quality of potatoes grown in Nyandarua County. And Honorable Speaker, it is not only on Nyandarua County, but Honorable Speaker, this speaks to our agricultural systems with our farmers generally across the country. And specifically, Honorable Speaker, my concern is on the excessive use of pesticides. Honorable Speaker, a doctor once told me that most of the diseases people are suffering from today are caused by things that get through the mouth. Honorable Speaker, that is basically most of the food that we eat. Honorable Speaker, that is why we are calling on the county governments that are executing the function of agriculture, that we need to have the right number of extension officers that would be overseeing and advising our farmers. Honorable Speaker, it is because of this that probably we have a number of patients afflicted by cancer, Honorable Speaker. And so, Honorable Speaker, I support this statement. And secondly, Honorable Speaker, I want to support the statement by Senator Ojienda on the conduct and professional standards of county enforcement officers, Honorable Speaker. The counties need to do so much by training. Honorable Speaker, in my other lessons on corporate governance, Honorable Speaker, we need to train and retrain people whenever they are engaged. Most of the county enforcement officers are a number of supporters that are employed soon after elections, and the enforcement units end up with all manner of people. And so I support that their training must be looked into so that they have the right skills to treat our traders, and they must know it is from what the traders contribute that really pay them finally, Honorable Speaker. So the issue of county enforcement officers in terms of their conducts, instead of the standards, must be looked into, Honorable Speaker. On another level, Honorable Speaker, and on the same note, I would like to suggest that we as a government must think of retraining and retooling all public officers, and especially at all levels at the Kenya School of Government because of their harmonized training. Honorable Speaker.
Senator Seki.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to request that I support the statement from the Senator of Kiambu, Mheshimiwa Honorable Karugu Adhangwa, on the issue of the land rates in the county. Honorable Speaker, it is true that we have a problem in our counties, especially on the issues of land rates, where counties imposing high rates to residents of the counties and making sure that they are unable to make sure that they are unable to pay these rates. Honorable Speaker, this is emanating from a very elaborate consultation within a county. Honorable Speaker, for a county government to bring in the issue of land rates, should be a consultative process where evaluation role is put or is subjected to a number or even to all counties residents to agree and even to make consultations with residents of that county. Honorable Speaker, it is something that has to be the county has to be consulted. Approvals must be done through the county assemblies. So it is not something that the county government executives or administrative or governors just impose these land rates to residents. I understand this because, Honorable Speaker, this, somebody has just said that assets and liabilities has been approved by the county governments through the local governments, particularly on the allotment letters. But in terms of rates, where you need to do the change of user, change the title, the use of the title from the leasehold probably to leasehold, these are things that need some processes. And I believe that if county government can involve members of the county and make sure that the business people are not oppressed, so that the kind of business that they are doing also through those plots is well articulated too. Honorable Speaker, I also want to support the statement by Senator Cherargei on the issue of livestock and by the issue of human-life conflicts. Honorable Speaker, human life conflict is a problem in our counties, particularly on the counties like Kajiado, Taita Taveta, and the counties that have wildlife. Even this national park of Nairobi has been a big problem.
Honorable Senators, we are out of time for statements and questions. Senators, we are out of time. Seki, 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This wildlife conflict, it is very, very, very bad to our counties. Honorable Speaker, KWS must be put on notice because you can see Honorable Cherargei has brought a problem where a cheetah has been a problem, has been a menace in his county. And as we have a problem of lions eating children, I have a problem, Honorable Speaker, where a lion has just eaten a child completely in my county, just here next to Nairobi National Park. This is a big problem. It's a national problem. It is a problem where we have a big, big, big problem in our counties, and the counties, the national government through KWS must be put on notice in this statement. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, we have come to the end of questions and statements. At this juncture, I would like to rearrange the order paper so that we move to order number 19. Clerk.
Order number 19, the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2025, second reading.
Senator Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025 be now read a second time. I've had the distinct honor of moving important bills in this House, Mr. Speaker, but from a person that is socially conscious of the needs of vulnerable people in our society, Mr. Speaker, I would say this is perhaps the most important. Mr. Speaker, in our country, we have various forms of social protection measures that we give out. Unfortunately, due to lack of proper organization by successive administration, we have a one-size-fits-all approach to social interventions across our country. And there are many conversations that are lost because our needy people, Mr. Speaker, don't have somebody to speak out for them. In fact, on many occasions, Mr. Speaker, the conversations on social interventions is left to the elite here in Nairobi, who can speak, Mr. Speaker, on these particular issues, who are, Mr. Speaker, articulate, have representations, Mr. Speaker, and nobody speaks for the needy. In fact, I want to challenge you, colleague senators. I'm just laying the basis, Mr. Speaker, before I move this bill, that you must take your legislative responsibility more seriously, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that you speak for the people that sent you here. Senator Eddy, my good friend, you are not sent here by very well-to-do people. I know the people of Migori. They're just as much like the people of Kericho that I represent. They are standing on the wealth radar of the country is almost average, Mr. Speaker. And there are many things that we do as a country, Mr. Speaker. Forget about, I'll come to the social intervention programs, what we send to persons with disability, Mr. Speaker, to the social support program to those citizens that are 70-year plus. If you go to your county, Senator Beatrice Akinyi, and ask in a public gathering in Homa Bay, where you come from, you'll find that there's a 70-year-old who is in the safety net and they are being supported. Then you'll find another one who isn't, with no clearly defined process upon which this exercise is done. There's a lack of specific focus on this special category of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. There's even a very live conversation. This is the wrong time to have it, but we need to have this conversation as a country, Mr. Speaker. This issue of zero rating of bread and milk. How many of your constituents, Eddie, buy milk and bread from shops and supermarket? 99, if not nearly 100% of the people that you represent in this parliament, Senator Eddie, they wake up to take milk with guashe, nduma, or even without any quote-unquote accompaniment, if that is what your people call it. Yet many times when you have a conversation about the cost of bread, it is made to appear as if it's a national problem. Yet the Kenyans that actually consume bread on their breakfast, Mr. Speaker, they don't form the larger population. 99% of the people that many of us that come from the rural counties represent in this House, Mr. Speaker, that is not part and parcel of their basic requirements. Yet we are told that it needs to be zero rated because it's the food of the poor, Mr. Speaker, and therefore my constituents who are very poor, Mr. Speaker, they do their share in paying the tax burden on the country, but then that same tax that has been deducted out of them is used to shoulder the burden of those who enjoy bread and milk. Even if you are to move it to Nairobi, for example, and our cities, Mombasa, Nakuru, Eldoret, and the bigger cities, Mr. Speaker, what Kenya has not been able to successfully do is to stratify the locations and the areas through which those that need to benefit from social interventions from the government and support, Mr. Speaker, live and are able to access these services. Why should I, who live in a fairly affluent neighborhood, want to buy because the justification, if you read why, for example, bread and milk, Mr. Speaker, is subsidized at the same price with people who come from our informal settlements, Mr. Speaker. if it's a subsidy of some sort to help the urban poor, and that shouldn't be a problem, because we must be a society that appreciates that people are not at the same place in terms of their spending ability, Mr. Speaker. Is it not possible to classify so that those that benefit from these social interventions, Mr. Speaker, are targeted, and therefore we don't burden the entire country benefiting people who don't necessarily need it? Take the example even of the issue that we had a few weeks ago, examination fee. There was a big headline. President William Ruto has stopped payment of exam fee for students. And I dug deeper to begin to try and understand what exactly is the conversation. Mr. Speaker, you know the problem, the unfortunate thing with our newspapers, the editors, people that speak in the media, Mr. Speaker, is that we see every government policy decision through the prism of politics. And it's so fashionable, Mr. Speaker, to critique governments of the day, successive administration, but more specifically the current one, Mr. Speaker, for reasons that you and I know, but they're not very far from the reasons of what you said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when you were interrogating the matter that was before us on this House, Mr. Speaker. And I was mentioning the example of payment of examination fee, and why, even as we try to shoulder the burden of parents that cannot afford to pay examination fee for their students, Mr. Speaker, is it not a given fact that there are those that can afford? And therefore there must be a basic understanding of how you separate those who can afford and those who can't afford, Mr. Speaker, so that you don't end up running a near socialist republic, because that's what we are nearly becoming. Every other policy nowadays, we are told, no. Free primary education was introduced, free this was introduced, without ever reverting back to ask ourselves, who is paying for all these free things that we want to enjoy in this country, Mr. Speaker? We are told, oh, these ones are demonstrating. They need a salary increment. Yeah, let's pay them. Another load shows up. There's a disconnect between our financial sense, Mr. Speaker, and the realities of the country that we live in. We are actually a country that is penny-wise but pound-foolish, Mr. Speaker. We believe that it is possible to ignore the cents, but believe that the shillings, Mr. Speaker, will make sense. It's not possible from an economic perspective. And we must begin to think and reflect back, Mr. Speaker, on what is the proper way of rolling out our social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, so that when we do interventions in the exam sector, we can have a conversation and say, those that go to public primary schools, for example, you are almost certain that anybody in this day and age who allows their children to go to public primary schools, Mr. Speaker, indeed need government support. But those that go to certain section, a certain categorization of schools and certain academies, Mr. Speaker, can do either with a full subsidy, with a half a subsidy, Mr. Speaker, or no subsidy at all, Mr. Speaker. And their parents will be okay to go about it. But we should not undermine the millions of other children who can benefit from these programs, Mr. Speaker, simply based on the fact that it's not economically viable to make some of these programs. And therefore, I was just laying the basis for us to appreciate that as a country, a time has come for us to have and be under the full realization that it is not possible to have a one-size-fits-all proposal on various social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, and believe that things will definitely be okay. On to the specifics of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that this bill actually seeks to provide a framework for the administration of non-contributory social protection interventions in Kenya and establish the National Board for Social Protection, create a comprehensive legal framework to guide implementation of social protection programs that support vulnerable individuals and households, Mr. Speaker. At least we have been able to map out the households. through the Kenya National Population Survey of 2019 and the previous years, Mr. Speaker, you are able to tell what is the number of households that are in our counties. That's the data that we use for guiding, Mr. Speaker, policy decisions, just like the formula we've just passed. And therefore, this board that we are creating, Mr. Speaker, is to advise and to guide and to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that these programs are not run blindly. I had said previously in this House, Senator Cherargei, if you recall, that I will not move any other government bill that creates another board. But remember the specific nature of this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, that I said it must make sense. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that later when we go to third reading, we can put in the transition clause what are the bodies, government entities that do this social intervention, Mr. Speaker, which must be wound up as a result of the creation of this board, so that we don't end up with hundreds of boards, Mr. Speaker, that duplicate their roles. We are trying to reduce actually the cost of running government, Mr. Speaker, and that cannot be achieved if we continue to have many, many boards, Mr. Speaker. But I have said that we need to make special exception for boards such as this, and I have laid the basis why this is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, to be in a country where social intervention programs, Mr. Speaker, are not rolled out in the form and the manner that they are rolled out. I believe, and it is my understanding, that when you create this particular board, Mr. Speaker, they are able to interact with Ministry of Education and ask them, what are these cost and payment structures? What are the support and capitation that you send to the public institutions that exist in this country, Mr. Speaker? And how do you measure so that you don't end up in a situation where you believe that it is possible to standardize and you pay for the entire country, Mr. Speaker? We must appreciate that we are not an oil-rich nation, Mr. Speaker, that we have almost run out of fiscal headroom to either borrow or tax Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, yet the cost of running government continues to increase. And you can see the kind of headlines that we have, where people believe that it is possible to continue, Mr. Speaker, paying and meeting every bill from health, Mr. Speaker, to education, Mr. Speaker, to all these other things without some level of measure. And it is the creation of boards such as this, Mr. Speaker, that needs to be needs specific and ensure that we give. Additionally, this bill seeks to cushion persons in need against risks and contingencies, build human capital capabilities and resilience among those in need, promote the overall well-being of vulnerable persons. We know, Mr. Speaker, that one of the biggest signature successes of this administration, you know, we live in a country where when a government does right, Mr. Speaker, it is nothing. But wait until something goes wrong somewhere, then it makes headlines. One of the boldest decisions that President William Ruto took upon taking on the reins of power is the intervention on government policy on those that are in the social support program, the vulnerable and the elderly, Mr. Speaker, that actually they are paid before civil servants are paid. Previously, if you recall, in previous administration, sometimes they'd wait for 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 months before, Mr. Speaker, paying or getting their contribution. As it is today, Mr. Speaker, I saw the statement tabled here last week. It's part of the documents that I table here every other day. Month-on-month payment to the vulnerable. But we need to ensure that the amount that is being sent to them, Mr. Speaker, is enough to meet their basic needs, and all people that meet the criteria, Mr. Speaker, for being vulnerable people that needs to be supported end up actually benefiting. And that is part and parcel of that. Social protection, Mr. Speaker, is essential to address poverty and all those things, and I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker. Specifically under Part 1 and Clauses 1 to 6, Mr. Speaker, are general terms. Clause 7 to 27 provide for this particular board that I have mentioned and functions of the board, which include the Cabinet Secretary relating to social protection, designing and implementation. Mr. Speaker, I would like also to highlight the roles of county governments in social contained in the bill, Mr. Speaker, county governments will be responsible for implementing national government policies through county-specific legislation, what I had mentioned earlier. The specific needs of a certain category of people in Homa Bay may not necessarily be the same as those in Kericho, as those in Nyandarua, in Garissa, where you come from, Mr. Speaker, and all these other counties. Counties also will develop the interoperable county registries for social protection beneficiaries, ensuring that you can countermatch actually what the national government has and what the county government has. Remember, we passed in this House, Senator Cherargei, last term, the county statistics bill, because we said it's not just important to use the, what is it called, national statistics, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Even our counties need to develop capacity to develop their own statistics, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Part 4 and 5, Mr. Speaker, are just the various offenses, Mr. Speaker. Section Clause 49 to 56 provide for repeal of Social Assistance Act, transition of staff, the things I was talking about earlier. With those very many remarks, I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, and request the Senator Senator Beatrice Ogola, Mr. Speaker, to second, because faced with a choice between two young men that are hot-blooded and a lovely mother like Senator Beatrice, Mr. Speaker, I choose Senator Beatrice to second this bill. They will contribute.
Senator Beatrice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Majority Leader and a Senator of my choice, for granting me the opportunity to second this bill, the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025. Leader, I happen to resonate so well with the ideals that you have just explained here. Sometimes back when I was a young woman, but growing into leadership, and at the time of the Ground Coalition then, you must have been in school, and Senator Cherargei and Eddie was still elsewhere that we might not mention today. I happened to have been growing up in Homa Bay district then as a young woman leader. And I happened to have been chosen by the DDC then to sit at the policy-making body nationally at the initial social protection that dealt with the coming up of the elderly cash transfer form. And that is why I'm excited, and I will be willing to really support, to second and support. But Honorable Speaker, even then, when we started with the elderly cash transfer, Honorable Speaker, before the orphan and children cash transfer came, I would like to relate a story that has worked well for this country. That in the initial time, I remember 2 areas were picked for obvious reasons, and that was Nyeri and Bondo. And then the president was from Nyeri, and the other prime minister was from Bondo. And those 2 areas were picked as pilots. Honorable Speaker, I want to say this has been a success story in this country. At the implementation time then, they began by paying out cash of 2,000 shillings to the identified elderly people then. And Honorable Speaker, you should have seen the state in which those old elderly people were. Apart from the fact that they were aged, Honorable Speaker, a number of them were also sick. And when they were brought to pick the initial 2,000 shillings, which was paid in cash, they were brought like they were being taken to an hospital, Honorable Speaker. You should then have seen the success story and the success pictures after the initial reception of the 2,000 shillings. Honorable Speaker, a number of these elderly people were people who even were taking care of orphans, apart from the fact that they were elderly. And this tremendously transformed their lives. Initially, Honorable Speaker, support was given in terms of kind. The government would provide maize and beans in terms of support to such people. But an idea came that people needed to live in dignity, that even though they were elderly, they needed to decide what they wanted to do with themselves. You do not need to prescribe for somebody what they are going to eat in terms of maize and beans. And so with the provision of the 2,000 shillings, they were able to plan for what they needed, Honorable Speaker. Where you needed some rice, Honorable Speaker, I would need some fish, or just buy soap for my family. A number of those elderly people even used this little money that we thought was so little to pay school fees for some of the orphans that they were staying with. And Honorable Speaker, I can stand here and give evidence of such elderly people that ended up paying fee even with the little they have, apart from the subsistence of taking care of themselves. And so I stand here to say that this initial initiative that has continued to expand, and now there are so many in number, is a real success story in this case. And finally, Madam Speaker, in consequent months, when these elderly people were paid, a number of us asked ourselves whether they were still the elderly we saw initially at the commencement of this project, because now there were people who had lives into themselves. They looked happier. They looked like people who were living now in a dignified way, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we live in an African setup in a community, and we cannot lose our brotherhood, Madam Speaker. We must be a people in terms of leadership or in terms of families who care about the vulnerable, Madam Speaker. And it is on those bases that I rise to second and support this bill. But Madam Speaker, allow me to give out certain key thoughts from myself on the Social Protection Bill, the National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2025. Madam Speaker, even as we talk about the elderly, there have also been commendable programs by the government on the orphans and vulnerable children, which closely followed after the elderly cash transfer that was initiated at the time of the Grand Coalition government. But key, Madam Speaker, are seriously vulnerable cohorts in our society, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to single out key cohorts. As a community, as a country, we must pay attention when we talk about social protection to certain calibers of people in amongst ourselves. Madam Speaker, do we ever even think about college and university students out there? And Madam Speaker, I'm not talking about their tuition money. I'm talking about certain support that I see that is very lacking. The government must be certainly is giving some support. But Madam Speaker, I want to talk from a personal experience I've had with a number of students that we relate with. And I know all the leaders here and elsewhere relate with them. Madam Speaker, it breaks my heart when I see some of the life that university and college students live in a number of our institutions. Just recently, Madam Speaker, I happened to just realize that there are some students in our universities and colleges that because they are not able to pay rent, even when fees has been paid, they are not able to pay food, Madam Speaker. They live in very miserable situations. And Madam Speaker, the basis of this bill that I support is banked on the fact that people need to live with dignity, Madam Speaker. A child or a young person or anybody who lives and grows in dignity grows to be a very strong personality, Madam Speaker. People who are confident of themselves, and that is what this nation needs. I'm happy that this bill, the main objects is about cushioning some of these people in their livelihoods. It is about helping people to grow well, Madam Speaker. It is about promoting equality, promoting quality life, and promoting equity, Madam Speaker. And there, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about social justice amongst everybody else, and especially as a Kenyan. Madam Speaker, I've talked about these college students and universities. As we as a country, we must think about those cohorts. And as I've said, even though the government and people, guardians might provide for fee, there are specific students that are languishing in poverty in our colleges. And what, as a nation, are we doing about them? Can't we have a mechanism in which we can pick out some of these students so that they grow in their professions, but they grow not languishing in poverty so much so that their egos are affected? Madam Speaker, the other reason why I want to support this bill is that there's another cohort in our society. The mover of the bill has talked about the urban poor. But Madam Speaker, I want to expound on that. I live next to a sub-county headquarters, a peri-urban place, Madam Speaker, in a town head of my constituency called Ndewa Town. Madam Speaker, as these urban areas spring, and as a number of people move to some of these urban centers, they come with a lot of people that are coming to look for jobs, a number of people that are coming to look for their livelihoods. But at the end of it, they are not able to get. And most of the time, Madam Speaker, I cry for a number of women because I meet them each time I go home. A number of women, especially, who come to live in the urban centers in search of some work, in search of some livelihood. And because these jobs are not forthcoming, Madam Speaker, they join the growing population of the urban poor. As we talk about this social protection bill, as a country, we must be thinking about that cohort. Madam Speaker, I've often related a story where in this same city, I came face to face with a number of some young girls who had come to work somewhere that I had visited, just on this daily cause of just cleaning houses. And it pained my heart and broke my heart, Madam Speaker, on that particular day, that when their host decided to serve them with a cup of tea, and later after they finished that work, which they were doing, Madam Speaker, they were served with a plate of lunch. Madam Speaker, these women were hesitant to eat that food because their main reason is that they would not take breakfast in this house and take lunch. Madam Speaker, they opted to keep this food so that they would take it home to their children. And that should tell us that in this country, there's a cohort of people that we must pay attention to, Madam Speaker. And it is on this basis that I want to second this bill and to emphasize that this board that will finally be put in place, Madam Speaker, must widen their scope and identify the different cohorts of people that we need to take care of as a country. Madam Speaker, the other group that comes to my mind in the communities that we live in is that we have all over parents, they may be single or just parents, who are terminally ill are bedridden, Madam Speaker. But even in their state of being bedridden, Madam Speaker, some of them have young children that they have to look for that cannot look for themselves. Same state, I often encounter this group of people when I'm in my village, in my home. And when you walk around, you find mothers that are terminally ill, but, Madam Speaker, they still have children. And these children cannot fend for themselves. Madam Speaker, these are the groups we must focus on this Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill 12 of 2025. And so, Madam Speaker, I second this bill, Madam Speaker, there are also points of interest that finally support or serve these people that I've talked about. And these are our schools and hostels. Even though they are entities on their own, Madam Speaker, but these are convergent points that serve these vulnerable groups. And Madam Speaker, why do I say so? I also happen to live, as I said, in a peri-urban place, and we have schools around there, especially in the urban centers, that in some of these schools, we have children that are coming from wanting families. Some of them, as I've said, a mother might be terminally ill or a father, but you have children. Madam Speaker, you know there are children who go to school in this country, and yet they are going to learn but hungry, Madam Speaker. They have gone without food. So I support this because I expect that these are some of the entry points that must be focused on. So the Social Protection Bill, Madam Speaker, the approach that we must give it is we must give it an all-inclusive. Even in terms of government structures, we must have different structures. We must have different sectors that are paying attention to this urban, to this vulnerable group. So, Madam Speaker, this is a bill that expounds ideals that I believe in, ideals that I've lived watching, ideals that will restore the dignity of a number of our people in the society. And Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, dignity ensures that people grow in a very, very strong way, as I've said. So, Madam Speaker, I second this bill, I support it, but Madam Speaker, one thing that I want that must be looked into is the board that has been created in this bill. I've seen we have the chairperson that will be appointed by the president. We have two permanent secretaries, principal secretaries, Madam Speaker. Those are national outfits. Madam Speaker, I've seen only one person that will be nominated by the Council of County Governors. But Madam Speaker, we must take note that social protection cuts across all the levels of government. And in any case, Madam Speaker, all those vulnerable groups that we are talking about live in some county. And so, I support this, and as I second this bill, Madam Speaker, the constitution, the numbering or the membership of the board can be looked into, and we must bring in more representation of the counties, one or two more, but I support this, and Madam Speaker, I second this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2025, be now read a second time. And it's now time now for senators to make contributions to this motion, and I invite Senator Eddie Okich. Honorable Senators, we also want to agree because of the nature of the proceedings of today, we have to create some time for the adjournment motion, seeing that we are going on recess. So I want to humbly urge, because of the number of minutes remaining, to share out that time. We have two senators there, Senator Eddie Okech and Senator Cherarike. It doesn't have to be finished, but we need time for the adjournment motion. So I would give a direction that you share the 10 minutes. Okay, so Senator Cherarike, you can take the floor. Then I'll stop you at an appropriate time.
You don't need to. I'll be very precise. Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I rise to support the National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, the Social Protection Bill 2025. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to support this bill because in the essence, I want to rise from Article 54, Article 54, Article 56, Article 57. Madam Speaker, it speaks to persons with disabilities and entitled to be treated with dignity and respect, and therefore their rights must be protected. One of the essence, Madam Speaker, is economy, well-being and welfare, including access to health, and also even materials and devices to come from the persons with disability. And in fact, the law, Madam Speaker, has been passed to accommodate and ensure that the people living with disability, Madam Speaker, are well taken care of. So our Constitution, in essence, has provided for the vulnerable in the society. Look at the children also, Madam Speaker. Some of them are vulnerable, they are born into poor families, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I think it is very important that we set into that asset, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even youth, there is an access, Madam Speaker, that youth should be part of the conversation of this country. And the Constitution has taken care of. Madam Speaker, I'm aware as the debate is ongoing, under Article 37, Madam Speaker, the Constitution gives each and every Kenyan right to demonstrate. But the scenes we are seeing in Nairobi City at the moment is very unfortunate because as much as Article 37 gives the right to freedom to demonstrate, to picket, to strike, it does not give the right to destroy or burn vehicles or bring disorder and lawlessness within the city. That is what is happening, Madam Speaker.
The mic.
The mic, eh? Madam Speaker, I am talking about Article 55 on young people. I know we have a number of young people who are yet, Madam Speaker, to get opportunities. Government is doing a lot through affordable housing program, Madam Speaker. We're having support programs through scholarship, Madam Speaker, the issues of education. So even what is happening, while Kenyans have a right to demonstrate under Article 37 and majorly youth, their rights only envisage peaceful demonstrations and protests. But the scenes we are seeing today afternoon within Nairobi City is very unfortunate, where there is vandalism, there is burning of vehicles, there is lawlessness. I don't think Article 37 envisages a situation, and I think what we are seeing on our streets at the moment is the acts of criminality, and I want to urge the security agencies to deal firmly with these acts of lawlessness. No Kenyan should lose their lives or property at an account that is violating Article 37. Madam Speaker, when you look under Article 56, it talks about minorities and marginalized groups. Therefore, I agree with Senator Ogola, what she has said about we must look at those marginalized. We must ensure the minorities have a say. I'm happy. Madam Speaker, the other day, President pushed for identification cards to be given to minorities and marginalized in this country, especially northern part, and I was shocked that some leaders were uncomfortable, Madam Speaker. We are aware the Makonde tribe in Coast, which they didn't have identity. This is part of the affirmative action into what we call social protection, Madam Speaker. Because I running through Article 57, Madam Speaker, talks about the old members of the society. I know we have started homes, but you know in our culture, Madam Speaker, the nature, even where you come from, Muranga County, Madam Speaker, the nature of African society is the dependency is the parents take care of you when you are young. When they get older, you are supposed to be the one. So the issue of taking care of older, I have seen the Catholic Church is very good at it, Nyumba ya Wazee and many others. I remember Senate before, during the Constitution, it was referred to Nyumba ya Wazee, but fortunately, majority of us are young people in the Senate. So, Madam Speaker, even this issue of care, home care, in as much as in our culture we don't advocate that we take our older parents to home care homes or caregiving, Madam Speaker, we must be alive to the fact that there are some old parents without children or without dependents, and therefore the Constitution under Article 57 has provided it. Number two, Madam Speaker, because I need to rush through it so that we can go to adjournment motion. Madam Speaker, I'm happy that these long-term limitations, aging, illness, injury, and disability, these are caregiving. We know people who suffer from terminal illnesses. We must look at it. The issue of cash transfer, Madam Speaker, we must look at it again. And of course, the older members of our society, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy, Madam Speaker, under Inua Jamii program, where President has moved. In 2024, we had 1.7 million dependents on 2024 Inua Jamii program, Madam Speaker, which are paid through e-citizen. And I want to thank the government for this initiative. And they are paid 2,000 shillings per month through e-citizen program and M-Pesa, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Safaricom and other agencies have done very well. And I hope I saw Safaricom, Madam Speaker, denying their role in providing for locations to some of the suspects when the police are looking for them. I want to believe and I believe and call upon Safaricom and other telcos in the country not to reveal any personal details because that is infringing on right to privacy. Therefore, in as much as doing a good job, we must deter them from going into an unholy alliance of revealing personal details of any Kenyan, whichever the nature, unless, Madam Speaker, you are a senior counsel in this country. Such right to privacy must be provided under court order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the Inua Jamii program, I'm aware under social protection, 1.5 million in 2023 were under government social support. And therefore, this Inua Jamii program, and there's a number of them, Madam Speaker, I'll run through. There is cash transfer programs through orphans and vulnerable OVCs. There is also older persons cash transfer where they are being to 2,000 shillings, Madam Speaker. And then persons with disability transfer program. And this involves among caregiving, Madam Speaker. So the setup of this board is very critical. Because, Madam Speaker, we must, as a country, be realistic. That the only way to carry the rest of Kenyans who are vulnerable, we must be deliberate in providing social health, social protection mechanisms that can protect our vulnerable in the society. The true test, Madam Speaker, of a nation is not the wealth, is not the military hardware, is not how good we are in democracy, in English or Kiswahili. The true test of a nation is how they treat the vulnerable in the society. And that is the true nation of a society, Madam Speaker. And in as much as the government is struggling in terms of raising, I've seen under KRA, the projection is they'll collect around 2 trillion Kenyan shillings, while the budget is deficit with 4.2 trillion Kenyan shillings, Madam Speaker. We agree there are challenges, but we must take care of the vulnerable in the society, Madam Speaker, through cash transfer programs, through feeding programs that we are seeing in our nation, Madam Speaker. So I want to still appeal to the nation that we must take care of it, and this one is a right, Madam Speaker. The Constitution envisages, and you and me, Madam Speaker, having been one of the distinct, because I've done my master's in constitutional law and governance at the University of Nairobi, Madam Speaker, we must be alive to the fact that every right inherent, and no one should deny your right, including state and non-state access. And when the professor of human rights, Dr. Mutaha Kangu, taught me about red rights, white rights, civil rights, political rights, human rights, Madam Speaker, we must look. So the establishment of this board is very important. And therefore, even, Madam Speaker, as we read the budget, we must put into the factor. Number 4, Madam Speaker, because I'm quickly running through so that we can get more time for other colleagues, Madam Speaker, let me rush to clause number 33. Madam Speaker, the funds board shall comprise, I want to appeal to the majority leader, that when it says under clause number 23, we should amend majority leader because we are legislating ourselves out of business. It says such monies as may be appropriated by the National Assembly for the purposes of the board. Madam Speaker, I want to invite the majority leader to Article 249 sub Article 3, 2010, which says Parliament shall appropriate monies to independent commissions and other within the law, Madam Speaker. And if you allow me, for the benefit of the answered and the record, we need to amend, Madam Speaker, this section of the law, because Parliament, as per Article 93, is very clear that Parliament is the Senate and the National Assembly. It says Parliament shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent office to perform its functions, and budget of each commission and it shall be a separate vote. So, Madam Speaker, we will amend clause number 3 to say monies as may be appropriate, because, Madam Speaker, and the mover of the motion is here, and the seconder is here. The issue of social protection care is not only to national government. It is a shared function, Madam Speaker, just like disaster. So I want to appeal to Majority Leader that the issue of social protection, we should ensure that it is not only a work of national government. County governments, I remember during the era of Blocom, or was it Governor Isaac Ruto, I was told he used to pay 1,000 to old Wazee. Yeah. So that was a social protection mechanism. But where his friend is the governor in Nandi, he has never thought about the old. And you know, when the old will speak, he will not go nowhere. Wakati atataka mate yao, it will not be very good. But I'm saying, finally, on clause number 23, according in 2022 on Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Madam Speaker, you know the mover had requested me to second. That is why I'm very proficient. 39.8 or over 20 million Kenyans in 2022, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, were below poverty line. Can you believe 16 million of us in this country do not view basics? Basics is food, shelter, and what else? The table office. Food, shelter, and clothing. Can you believe there are Kenyans who are still working naked, or they are working naked without clothes, or even food? Or you meet somebody, some of us when we were in primary, in St. Francis Chapter 8 Primary School in Mosoria, we had even done crackers to most of our shorts until you could not see the color of the short, Madam Speaker. So these were the challenges that we still struggle up to today, Madam Speaker. Even as we talk today, in 2021, 5.4 million Kenyans are up and poor. You know, they are up and poor. People who live in Nairobi, but they are very poor, than the poorer in the village. So, Madam Speaker, we must agree that the poverty issue, and I want to thank Majority Leader, that social protection we must look, and I agree in the categories of orphans and vulnerable children, poor older members of the society. Madam Speaker, I went to Tuya Bay over the weekend, and there is a young mzee called Chepkwony. He's so poor, he's old, and now the community is coming up to build houses. I know a number of us, even you, I see normally donating bosho and rice and everything, and iron sheets, Madam Speaker. Almost, yes, Madam Speaker, and you are doing a good job, and we wish you well in your future endeavors. We are doing a lot to protect the members of the vulnerable in the society, even persons living with disability. I want to thank an organization like Jeshila Wokofu. There is Jeshila Wokofu, this Salvation Army. They are doing caregiving homes. The Catholic Church is doing caregiving homes. A number of religious institutions, I think they are doing a vulnerable job. But I want to warn young Kenyans. If you have the capacity and ability, as my Majority Leader said, take care of your old parents. Don't take them to nyumba kumi, nyumba ya wazee. You will be cursed. Madam Speaker, if God has blessed you, you have all the resources, take care of your parents at home. It doesn't take a lot. Build them a nice house. I was embarrassed. Some of leaders in elected position, we visited some of their homes. I was embarrassed. Their parents live in a dilapidated and dejected. And I don't want to name names because it will not be very good. I am warning those members of Parliament, both in the Senate and the national and the elected people, please build your parents' homes. Before next time, I'll come and table their names plus the pictures, because I was embarrassed and I felt ashamed of myself that as young people, God has given us a chance to have at least something wealth. We should at least build our parents, Madam Speaker. I went even to one of the senior government officials, and you might know that person. When the funeral happened, you could see the house, there was no water, there was nothing, there was no electricity, Madam Speaker. I don't want to go to that direction. God in heaven sees such individuals. People fear persons affected by shocks, unpaid and deficient and supported caregivers. I know our children are suffering in Middle East and other areas because they are caregivers. I want to appeal, this is a good, Madam Speaker, the social care services, which include rehabilitation services. I want to appeal with NACADA. There are many young people, even those who are demonstrating today. Most of them are high on drugs. Some of them are drug addicts, alcohol addicts. We must make a deliberate to open rehabilitation centers. I think it is no longer an issue of one region. I know in one region, Madam Speaker, I'm told ECD centers are being closed. because when the young men are no longer procreating as God envisaged. Instead of sleeping on top of the bed, they are now sleeping under the bed, and therefore a number of ECD centers have been closed. And of course, you know that region from the way you smile, Madam Speaker. So we agree, Madam Speaker, let us allow what God told us to do. Let us procreate for the better of this nation, Madam Speaker. So social, psychological support, respite care services, Madam Speaker, home-based care, Madam Speaker. I don't know what the majority leader says by TAR, because I'm not aware. In fact, I was concluding, Madam Speaker, by saying the following, that if there is a time that the entire Senate and Parliament should be on social care protection, I conclude, and I want to repeat because the mover of the motion was, the true test of the nation will not be known by the military hardware, by the democracy, by the beautiful human rights, by how we can write so many long speeches in social media. The true test of a nation is how they treat their most vulnerable in need. Madam Speaker, with those colorful quotes, allow me to end and support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Chiradike, for those contributions. I will say nothing regarding the members of parliament you've referred to and senators and officials, senior government officials who you have alleged have not built their parents any homes. I will say nothing, but I'll just underline it. There being no other contributor on the dashboard, I wish to call the majority leader to reply maybe to one of the signature bills he will get to present before this House.
Thank you.
In terms of its transformation.
Thank
to
you.
The people.
And Senator Beatrice Ogola, I watched you actually, your entire speech, and I must say I was moved by your deep understanding of social protection. And I think this is your area of expertise. I've heard you speak on many subjects, and you speak fairly well, Mr. Speaker. And this is one of those items that you have spoken with so much depth that I want to appreciate. Mr. Speaker, I see Senator Eddy panting back to the room. Senator Eddy.
So what is your point of order, Senator Eddy?
Madam Speaker, the bill that you have called the majority to reply on is a very important bill to the entire country. It has got implication on tax revenue of this country. It has got implication on the people we want to help. You had guided, when I got up to speak, that because we want to make sure that there is a time left for adjournment motion, that then we will have a chance to speak to this perhaps on another date. To get majority to reply to it is to deny us an opportunity to actually speak to some contribution to this bill. There are a lot of amendments that we think will be important for the country to this bill. If you don't contribute to it, Madam Speaker, it will be a disservice to us.
Senator Eddy?
Yes.
You know the extent to which you are out of order because you walked out then, and by the time Senator Chiradige finished, you were not within the precincts of the chamber.
After consultation with you, Madam Speaker.
So the only way, did you expect Madam Speaker to walk out and pick you?
No, you consulted, and I respected
that.
The fact
was never going to happen. So Senator Eddy, if you need time, the best you can do is approach with wisdom and caution and request majority leader to share his time, not to address the speaker right now the way you have, because you were not there when that opportunity was closed out. So if you wish, I have given you a guide. If you wish to share the time with the majority leader, approach the majority leader. You were not in the House. If I insist on procedure, I will ask majority leader to proceed. That's why I've given you a chance to ask him to give you time.
Majority.
Also, Senator Eddy, you have not explored the avenue available to you under Standing Order 110. Were you in the House when Senator Cherargei finished? Senator Eddy, you can do better than you are doing now. I have guided you. Standing Order 110.
Okay.
I will then ask Majority Leader to proceed on.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I was willing to share my time with Senator Eddy if he wanted, but it's clear.
He's interested. He's
Okay.
interested in an exchange, which the chair is not interested in. Proceed on, Majority Leader.
In any case, Madam Speaker, this is the second reading stage where members contribute and share their thoughts. The most important part of the bill, this is the second most important part, but the most important is where we do actual work, which is what is called Committee of the Whole, Mr. Speaker, where if you feel like I listened to Senator Beatrice, share the things you want to change in the bill. I have listened to Senator Cherargei also on parts of the bill that he feels needs to be amended, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the colleagues that took time. You know, yesterday we spoke, or on Tuesday actually, I did mention on the need for colleagues to stay behind in the House. Our sitting time is not that long actually. It's just 3 hours, 3 times a week, with the exception of Wednesday, from 2:30 to 6:30, 4 hours, Madam Speaker. But virtually every other evening, with the exception of maybe Senator Mongatana and Senator Cherargei, and Boni Halwale also does a fairly good job, Madam Speaker. There are hardly 10 senators who see the rise of the House at 6:30 every other afternoon. And we must learn to practice that. I am, from the old people that I found in this House, Madam Speaker, when I came here, they would stay until 6:30. And they were very senior people who served as cabinet ministers, and so on and so forth. I wish my colleagues in this current 13th Parliament could borrow that practice, because for some reason, people actually find it hard to stay until 6:30, which is something I find difficult. Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate the 2 colleagues that spoke on it. I know there are many others, Madam Speaker, who would have wished to, but such is work. I have become accustomed to this, actually, that on many occasions when I move bills, 2, 3 other people speak, the rest say, oh, we want to put this to a vote so that we conclude. But nonetheless, we have to make do with what we have. With those many remarks, I beg to reply. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 66.3, I want to request the deferment of the putting of a question until a later date. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. The putting of the question is deferred, and I want to reorganize the order paper and now move to order number 27. Order number 27. Majority Leader.
Order number 27, motion, adjournment of the Senate.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 31.3, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, the 8th of July, 2025. Madam Speaker, that you understand that at the rise of the House this afternoon, this House will actually proceed on
Majority
recess.
Leader, can you first move the motion?
Oh, sorry. Okay. Madam Speaker, it was order number 1927. Madam beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order number 31.3, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, the 8th of July, 2025. Madam Speaker, this is a fairly straightforward matter, because you do understand that at the rise of this House, Madam Speaker, I'm struggling I would wish to request my colleagues behind me to kindly consult.
Can the Majority Leader be heard in silence? Senator Eddy, Majority Leader to be heard in silence.
Kindly.
The attitude this afternoon is all wrong. You got a chance, you walked out, you come in and you're just grumbling with the other senators. That's not correct. Let Majority Leader be heard in silence.
It's a very small motion, actually, that, Madam Speaker, I want to request that colleagues take time to visit with their constituents, do other parliamentary business that is before them. Madam Speaker, I am almost certain, though not full, that actually at the rise of the House this afternoon, once we do this recess, Madam Speaker, there'll still be an opportunity to meet before the end of this recess, because there's particularly the matter of the Division of Revenue Bill, which, Madam Speaker, we have, or we hope our colleagues who are serving in the mediation committee will conclude quickly so that we get to meet and speak on that particular matter when they eventually call us. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to move and request Senator Professor Margaret Kamar to second.
Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to second the motion on adjournment. Madam Speaker, this House has been very busy. Remember yesterday we even changed programs and we spent the whole day, and members have worked very hard. So it is good, as the leader of majority has said, that we take a break, we go and reflect, and we go and meet our constituents. Madam Speaker, breaks are extremely important, not only for recharging our energy, but also for consulting our constituents. Currently, Madam Speaker, the senators have been extremely busy in oversight. Different committees have been moving to different corners of the country. We have been inviting governors from different corners of the country, and we are in a very good momentum. I know in the Committee of Education we have met, within this session, we have met 17. 18 actually. Today we have met Turkana, so we have met 18 governors. Looking at the education sector, looking at our ECD centers, and we told ourselves, even as we go home, we've encouraged members to go to the ground and ground truth some of the things that we discussed with the governors. Because in our section, the education sector, we are really looking at 3 areas. We are looking at ECD, we are looking at libraries, and we are looking at VTCs. And we have submissions that have come forward. And I want to encourage also members that whenever a committee has done, has had the address of a governor in their committee, the host senators should get the information and run with the information. So it is my hope that as we go for recess, that the senators, host senators, for the governors that have visited the different committees will be able to move with speed to check on the ground the reports, that's to ground truth, the reports that we have received from our governors. This is very important, Madam Speaker, because our role in this House is to protect devolution. And as the protectors of devolution, we must look at the activities that are going on, and we must look at actually the performance of our counties. So I want to wish all our members well. Madam Speaker, I want to wish all the members well as they go for this short break of 3 weeks, and say, go and enjoy the 3 weeks and make sure that we come back refreshed and ready to do more. So let this be a break for us to go and do our oversight very well. With those few remarks, I beg to second.
Thank you, Senator Kamar. Senators, please resume your seat. Honorable Senators, I now propose that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 8th July 2025. Honorable Senators, it's now time to adjourn the House, and it's 6:30 p.m. in a few seconds, time to adjourn the House. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 8th July 2025 at 2:30 p.m. And I wish you a very good recess as you take the recess. Thank you.